Hello, hello guys. Alright, let's see. Not having beats might be terrible in that. I'll do blinking regardless though. Maybe Sands is just better again. Close to the same power, and Sands will end up having more power late. Guess I'll try Sands, see how it feels. I might even start with Chronos Pendant. Actually, maybe not. I do want to run Chronos Pendant though. What am I against? I can't even tell. So much for that system. I'm guessing it's gonna be Armor though.
Minions have spawned.
Let's bring the house down, my friends!
Gaze into the mirror.
Oh yeah, you're killing it!
I imagine we're gonna see a lot more Indama as well. She's gonna be pretty good, I think.
Challenge me.
Be careful. Attack.
I'll wait for level 3. Before I do blue. I do feel it a little bit. I mean, Conduit is obviously very, very good early, just because of the extra bursts from the passive. But like, you hit a one-shot wave situation pretty fast on Hades, so it almost feels like a waste going for Conduit, even though it does feel really good to have early.
Okay,
First blood. No problem. Out. An ally has been slain.
stepped on someone's toe!
Double kill.
I'll attack that lane. Gank. Defend middle lane.
Killing spree.
Well done.
Jungle is right, like the third time.
I feel a new rivalry forming.
Well done.
This will work.
Tragic. Damn it. Missed my autos. Maybe we should just... whatever. I'll take these small ones. But I can't do it before she gets here. I might risk dying for it. I don't want to do that.
Retreat.
I want to try and go for an early Chronos Pendant. I don't think it's going to be as good. I think normally here I would go for something like Doom Warp, so I can have some power as well. But it's going to hurt me too much, I think, if I don't get some kind of power. In general. I don't want to try, I just like Chronos Pendant.
Your right
I wanna
tower
see if it
is
works.
under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Tank middle lane.
Enemy missing right.
Be careful left.
Gank left
No
lane.
problem.
Yeah.
Attack. You have slain an enemy.
Killing it.
Nice job. Be careful, middle. Enemy missing.
What the hell is that sound? Pinging.
Attack.
Why is it a triangle?
On my way. On my way. Enemy ultimate incoming.
An ally has been slain.
2 ults on me. You guys can win the fight now. No worries.
Attack. An enemy has been slain.
Help.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, enemies have returned.
Cocoa Beats.
I attack left lane. Attack middle
An
lane.
enemy has been slain.
Need to defend my blue though.
Defend.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Your left tower is under attack.
She's here. She's here.
Counter them.
An enemy has been
Nice
slain.
job.
Nice job.
Your right tower
I'm with
is
what, Blue?
under attack.
Thanks.
Defend the Gold Fury. Complete.
We can do Naga.
Attack! Attack!
Have fun!
Challenge me!
Enemy ultimate down! Right line! Enemy ultimate down!
I think all done.
Tienes ult in left.
Party is off the hook!
Google is coming.
I didn't see the cuckoo, my bad.
Yeah, he called it coming.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Challenge me! Face me! Gank left lane! Gank left lane! Prepare to attack!
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
Enemies in right line! Party is off the hook!
You can do solo blue.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Defend the fire line.
It's going pretty well so far. At least on this side, I guess.
Okay,
We do have to be careful for bots.
An ally has been slain.
We were on left, bro.
Your right tower is under attack.
Actually, I need to back. I don't even feel like I want to at the moment, but it's
Enemy
time.
missing. Your right
It's my old
tower
cooldown
is
now.
under attack.
66. Okay.
gank right
Like my 3 is gonna be crazy low cooldown.
Be careful middle!
Your left tower is under
Gank!
attack.
Enemy missing left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way! On my way! Follow me!
An ally has been slain.
I just need to get Poly as well. I'm definitely delaying my build by throwing a Chronos Pendant in this early.
Challenge me!
Help right lane. Attack. Attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Her dash is hard to catch because it's really long. It's got long range. I need to stop doing that and just insta-3 instead. Because I'm just wasting my ult.
Ultimate down. Enemies in middle lane.
Your middle tower
Google
is
no
under
beat.
attack.
No beats.
Yeah, my ult's down, so I can't do much.
Nice try, by the way. We can do Ada.
Enemy spotted.
Attack.
Attack. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Going quickly. Attack. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Killing spree. Killing spree.
Attack. Attack. Attack.
Double
Attack
kill.
the Gold Fury.
Cold Fury.
Your right tower is under attack.
If I only had my ult in time, would have been the easiest kill.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
He's gonna take care of that.
Your left tower is under attack. Excellent.
Suddenly I had so much gold. I don't feel like I'm doing a whole lot this game. Well, I'm not, I guess. It is definitely my team.
Can I get blue or do you want it?
No problem.
Go Naga. 10 seconds.
Enemy spotted!
Ultimate is ready.
Be careful, right. Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down.
Hoenbad's ult.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn, how did they fear not catch that? I would have gone for that kill if it did.
Attack.
I'm up back, she might TP to you guys.
On my way. Rampage.
You're killing it!
Your middle tower is under attack. Slain an enemy.
Goddess.
Nice job.
Gank.
Go. Go, fast, fast.
You should leave.
Yeah, we don't, none of us can tank this. We're all full,
This is
full
really
I have
mages.
ult.
Counter their curse.
Your left tower is under attack.
Overpower and manipulate. You can't run from your fate. My legacy shines through.
Why is my support pushing me, man?
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have morbid taste. An ally has been slain.
Bummer, dude. That's too bad.
No problem. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
How is they coming to you? Athena and Google.
Just leave if you can. We should do Pyro or Gold or something like. Can we do Pyro?
Okay.
Athena and Amma going to jungle here. If we get a pick, we can look for fire.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Look for a pick here.
An enemy has been slain.
They're on me.
An enemy has been slain.
Amma ult is down.
Double kill.
Help!
Well done.
Challenge me!
Triple kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Fuel for fire. Quadra kill. Shut down. Okay.
I'll cut you down.
Face me!
Rampage. Deicide. Please? Your middle tower is under attack. Defend the fire giant.
On my way! Ward the fire giant!
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Cancel
Your
that.
right tower is under attack.
Why are you doing all my jungle? And why do Cooler get the feed?
Amma ult down.
Your left tower is under attack. You have been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Amma beats as well. We need to start grouping, guys. We can't be on the right side anymore.
Your left tower is under
Enemies
attack.
in middle lane!
pyromancer has arrived.
Face me.
Well, I fucked that one up. I definitely could have played that better. I tried to blink and get a quick heal, but his dash was already back up. That's just kind of... Oh, it's not good.
You got, I mean, where the fuck are you guys? Where the fuck are you guys? Actually, like, I don't know what the guys are doing.
You shouldn't even fight without me, though. Like, you just stay back and just don't let them do fire, that's it.
My Tana is super lost in this game.
Your left
We
tower
just got a group, like, we'll be fine. I think we win the 5v5s, but we need a group. It was partly my fault for getting caught as well.
Pick up.
your left tower.
Just run FG now. If Danza is up, we can do it.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bummer,
Attack
dude.
fire giant.
That's too bad.
No vision armor, so stay an eye out. She does a lot of damage.
Attack fire.
I will be your
I think note down.
We need walls. We need walls.
Enemy ultimate down.
Like, we also don't have a tank.
Can't we just pull it?
I can, but I can't tank it for very long.
That's fine. We have really high bursts.
Yeah, I mean... I don't know why we don't have an actual tank, though.
It's fine.
Usually, at least when he goes for these types of picks, he at least builds tanky. We won the fight, so it's fine. But that's so awkward, trying to tank an objective. I should have beat this game. I'm just gonna fucking dash and bomb, but fucking can't do anything about it, because it just gets stunned and silenced. What a horrible, horrible time. I could have positioned myself better as well, though. I didn't expect them to be right there,
Left enemy tower.
so that was bad on me. I also could have tried and dashed before I got active bomb. That also would have helped. Yeah, I definitely fucked that one up myself.
Go fury. Pulling back.
attack middle lane.
Okay. Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Go fury. Attack the go fury. Yes.
Το group naga.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Attack right lane.
On my way.
I'll do Spirit of Deso, I guess.
Move up. Attack right lane.
Didn't they buff Spirit of Deso? They gave it 10 cooldown. Oh. Interesting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I already like building the item.
Attack right
That
lane,
helps.
Please. right enemy tower.
You can't run from your fate.
Oh my fucking god, man.
Need healing. The underworld calls for me.
I mean, I'm just gonna fucking back. None of these waves are coming.
Enemy has been slain.
How awkward. I was trying to sentry, but then Athena was in the way and I got distracted by that.
I have nada. Google Beats.
Attack right lane.
Ultimate is down.
Attack right lane. An ally has been slain.
See ya.
An enemy has been slain.
We're playing this so sloppy. But that is kind of what happens when you don't have an actual like front line to try and set things or get things going. I feel like I need to dash in or something before anything really happens. Either that or we'll land like an Uber X, which is also fine, but it's tough. We have a bunch of poke, but this feels like a really, really bad Hades game. Because like I can't do anything. Get the Phoenix.
An ally has been
It's
slain.
tragic.
No problem.
No Phoenix for us. Except for left Phoenix. We might get the left Phoenix. Surely we get the left Phoenix, actually. Maybe we don't. Yeah, they made it. Shit.
Spell their attacks. Huh.
I have been playing this pretty badly. I
I need the jungle
probably should get Helm of Darkness in this game instead
Attack fire giant. Group up.
Enemies at the fire giant.
of Spear of Deso.
Don't sweat it.
Kukunados are the bane of my existence. That's tragic. Guess I'm just gonna go heal.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Okay. Be right back.
Words are definitely
Your
so
right
much
tower
smaller.
is under attack.
It's weird for me to get used to.
Attack fire giant. Group up.
Yes.
An ally has been
Oh,
slain.
what are we doing, boys?
An ally has been slain.
Nice, we lost the game, guys. We got 3 minutes in a taunted. Yippee!
tower is under attack. Slain an enemy.
Ah, the dot, man.
Your right tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
if only we had some more words, man. I don't know where anyone else.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
That's too bad.
Dude, the wards are so small. Like, that one's inside the fire pit. You can barely even see Fire Giant from that ward.
Sorry.
Damn.
No problem.
I also did not expect them to just go hunt me. That was
Your right tower is under attack.
not on the menu. I like the damage I have. I don't know if I want to sell anything.
Overpower and
But
manipulate.
maybe I have to. A Helm of Darkness would be so good here. It would make my life so much easier to just get close without having to
Close to me.
rely on someone else to do something. Without having an actual tank, it's so hard for me to actually go in. They're never distracted or like trying to kill something, because if they're trying to kill something, they generally just die instantly. That's kind of just the comp we have now. Either way, I think we're in a good spot for the most part here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Counter their curse.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Nice job.
It's very good for us. That's a big part of what makes their frontline scary, right there. Oh, well, so close. Dude, I'm so stupid, man. Bot's ult, that's my bad.
Don't fight, don't.
Double kill.
I wish my Tana would play the game. I wish my Hecate would play the game.
Has been slain.
Nah,
Just sit
man.
in
No, no,
mid
no,
Phoenix,
no,
I
no,
guess,
no,
boys.
no, dude. Don't throw that one on that, man. I was
Bro,
watching that
like,
whole thing.
what am I actually watching? Why is this guy allowed to just kill both of us and there's no one there? One Hecate 3 and he's dead.
That was on me, though. I just fucked up. I didn't press my ult before he ulted.
Yeah, but if Hecate 3's you, he's dead, right?
Yeah, but like,
He's
it's still
sitting in
defending mid,
Phoenix,
you know.
both of them.
There's a world outside ours.
Of course. But we have to play aggressive plays, or we're just gonna lose again.
So maybe I can get up in time here.
You're too cool. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah,
Your
we
middle
survive another
Phoenix
day.
is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
I need to stop playing so sloppy and just press ult when I need to press ult. Because Jesus Christ, it's happened more than once now. Where I can just ult and at least make sure I don't insta-die. Like, their comp has so much CC that if you generally get caught, you're dead. Especially this late in the game. So I need to stop playing so sloppy.
Let's bring the house down, my friend.
Rampage. Shut
This
down.
party is off the hook.
Athena ult. Ana ult.
But she's fucking full tank now. Jesus Christ.
Retreat.
How did it do no damage to her?
Ready.
Oh, it's because her 2 was active, wasn't it? Oh my god, it's that stupid armor bullshit. She essentially has almost like 100% mitigation now when she uses her 2. Dude, I did no damage to her. What the fuck?
The fire giant.
Oh no.
We need wards.
What is it you need now? It's like 1200 int for the scaling on your 2 to basically give you 100% mitigation during its uptime. My god. That is gonna be really annoying to deal with.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Be careful.
I'll defend you.
Ward, here. Be careful, left.
Bye.
Wards here.
Hello, Jordan. Good to see you.
Be careful. An ally has been slain.
Yes. I'm on it.
To be fair as well, wards are so small now, it's kind of hard to get vision. I've been trying to ward at good spots, but they barely cover anything.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh man, fuck me. Dude, that's crazy. I'm just getting too much off. I feel so fucking useless this game. We'll play it. Yeah, dude, look at Amma.
He's bug abusing, he's bug abusing, he's bug abusing. This fucking Amma just took 0 damage from my full combo.
He's not bug abusing, it's unfortunately intended.
I hit him with my 3 and my 1 and he's full health.
Yeah, that's because in his 2 he is now 100% mitigated because of the buff to her 2.
Oh, okay. I'm just banning
You need 1200 int to be 100% damage mitigated in her 2 now. And he's reached that.
Okay. Yeah, that's fast.
Yeah, it's broken as hell, that's why I took no damage from you as well before.
Oh, this fucking company is actually gonna fail if they make this.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah, the armor buff went through. And at this point in time, with like 2 or 3,
Under attack.
like 3k pots, armor becomes insane, like absolutely broken. To a very, very unfun and insane extent.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Like, I don't think the int armor is good. Like, in competitive, that shit's not gonna be that good, I think. Because getting to this point is gonna be hard as fuck. That being said, getting to it in a ranked game won't be that difficult. You just gotta survive. And she's actually just a ticking time bomb.
Enemies in the fire giant. I'll attack right lane. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
I'm just gonna push up right here, guys, so give me an eye.
Enemy has been slain.
He's off the hook.
Be
Ultimate
careful,
is down.
Rock. Set up an ambush here.
I'm just gonna push mid. You guys just need to keep them busy.
Yeah, we can get Phoenixes. Someone needs to back for this on their part.
Any hits?
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Your left tower.
Just don't die in left. If anyone dies, the game is lost.
They
are back in, they are back in.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Yeah, you're killing it.
Nice job.
Yo, if they just chase them, chase them. We're on our way.
An enemy has been slain. Good game. Attack.
Can we on her?
Yeah, I'm coming. Look for the acne.
Attack. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
They have what?
Athena blink.
An ally has been slain.
Welcome you.
Yeah, late game in Smite is hard, man. Everyone is so fucking fed on it pods and shit. Hades, I would say, honestly gets worse the further in you go, compared to other mages. Because he needs to kind of dash in and do shit. And he doesn't insta-kill necessarily unless you get a really good 3. Ah, man, that sucks. I will say I played this really, really badly. I think this is probably one of my worst Hades games, period. But it's also so hard for me to play the game when we don't have an actual frontline. Because in this case, we do have Kami on the Uller, and he's playing it well, don't get me wrong here, but not
Anyways,
having a
guys,
frontline
4
without
men just
comp
died
is
to
so
an
hard.
enemy. Well done.
So, that sucks, man. I played this one bad. Maybe I should have just swapped to tank. Not that I think it would have made a difference. That probably just would have been even more shit. The thing is, though, if you have 4 3k pots or 5 or whatever, it's time to end the fucking game. I think that part is cool. I really do think that's cool. $200 coins. Do you just get 200 coins for like any game? Like it doesn't matter how long the game is? Oh, never mind. You get 400 for a win, right? 400 for a win and then 200 for a loss. That makes sense. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I wish I could play the game a bit easier, but that was just terrible. How's the market? It is good. It's just a better battle pass. Like some people might know it from shit, what is it? Helldivers 2. It's the same kind of thing. Same type of battle pass. As a free player, you can still get a bunch of stuff. But ultimately, it is just play the game, get coins, buy the stuff you want, type thing. So now, its first page has been unlocked. Now that I have used enough coins, because I bought the premium version, because I just have enough gems and stuff. You can just, you unlock the next page, and this is how it looks at the moment. Like, this is locked. I can't just buy this for coins. I need to unlock enough on this page to then unlock stuff on this page. And so on and so on and so forth. So it's cool. I do like it. I'm gonna... Fuck, man. I didn't even know. That was a weird game. I think I should just, like, bit the bullet and just went Helm of Darkness to make my life easier. If I get close enough to get a quick auto into a Fear, into another Poly and my 3, as long as they don't beat it, like, I should kill anything where that happens, so... I also made the mistake of going for the Athena in that last fight when I should have just went on Acne. It's really silly of me. But yeah. Damn it. I'm really disappointed. I played like shit that whole game, I think. Outside of very few scenarios. What do we do here, though? I don't know, I'm sure what I want to play next. I do want to try something new, but there's not really anything big in solo that was added this patch. Like even gods with some new aspects. There aren't really any of them that fit for solo. But let me find the patch notes again. Let me see if I can... Maybe there is something I can try out. Uh-oh. No. Get me out of this role. I cannot play this role. Still by far my worst role. I can manage support probably. To a certain extent, but I'm still bad at it. I haven't played it in Smite 2. Not really. Support is easier though. It's just less pressure jungle, I guess. Like you don't have to jungle as much, you just rotate and leech. Still don't like it though. Play with Rama yet? Yeah, a little bit. Only once, I guess, in a single casual game. That was also in early surrender. And I think he feels good, but from what I've heard is that he isn't good. Like Streak specifically said that he doesn't think he's good. He actually think he's kind of ass, apparently. So I wouldn't know. I haven't seen him in like any of my games so far. He was banned in my last ranked game, but I think that was just because he was new. I don't actually think he's ban worthy.
Your god.
Even if Rama is good, I highly doubt he's better than Jingwei and Uller, because they're just completely broken. What do I pick into this? I'll just do Sobek. Support and jungle by far away my favorite roles. Yeah, I think generally at the moment, if you like jungle, there's a high chance you're gonna like support as well. Just because then I feel like the roles themselves, even though you do very different things, you're essentially like the skeleton of the roles is the same thing. You rotate around and you essentially gank. Like it's you just do it a bit more supportingly, obviously as support, depending on the god you play. But like Abaku's running around like ganking might as well be a fucking jungler. Gunter, huh? He's still fun though, so I think that's the most important thing. As long as he feels good to play, they can always adjust him afterwards. I'm surprised he's bad though. Just on paper, I think he looks insane. Especially the aspect, I think just sounds insane to me. Like your one is always active on the aspect, but you have to like reload it, which does sound pretty cool to me. But it essentially means all your auto attacks are gonna be fucking like going through walls. That's insane. Like when that aspect is really good, that's gonna be absolutely fucking insane. I'll get Blink just for some potential pluck. Pluck. What do supports build? I think I'll do Mr. Kumel just because I'm me, and that's the kind of shit that I do. But speaking of Mystical Mill, that has a lower cost now, which is cool. Doesn't matter just because tanks are still ass, but
Minions have spawned.
we'll see. Like maybe Rama will reignite my interest in ADC in Smite 2. So far Smite 2 just hasn't. It's just the lane, I think. I just don't enjoy being there. Like I'm just more of a mid. It is. Yeah. Maybe Apollo will. Apollo probably will, but the main issue with that with Apollo is that I cannot take him I can take him to solo, which just makes it a lot easier just to do that. Rama, I can't really do that. He's kind of ass in solo. I'm just gonna follow him around.
I'll feel fine.
Keep them together.
No problem. Coldly rock.
All is me.
Coldly rock. On my way. An enemy has been slain.
Hello, Goblin Yeet. Good to see you. Yeah, it's true. I should probably get a stampede.
Your middle tower is
I suppose Gargoyle is even more important to something like Herc.
Such a tease.
slain an enemy.
Who will haunt your dreams now?
No, he took them. I got the small ones at least, but...
Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back. No problem.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Tragic. The one ADC I can't block autos from.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack.
No, the chat's box is still here. Work, chat.
Okay, good luck.
An ally has been slain. right tower is under attack. An ally
that is-
has been slain.
Did not expect him to die that fast. Damn.
Ward here.
Okay. Okay.
Should actually be pretty easy to gank Kirk.
Enemies in left lane.
Good job, everyone.
An ally has been slain. Enemies in left lane. Your left tower is under attack.
Let my wrath envelop you. Tea.
That's nice.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Killing spree. Embrace. Your right tower is under attack.
I still really do not like playing support.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Thought he was gonna go the back way. No. Honestly, if I had mana, I potentially would have gotten a kill out of that. Scrap Stampede as well
Your middle tower is under attack.
for my carries. Kind of got saved a few times now by my blink, but I kind of wish I had Sundry this game. Oh,
Gank right lane.
Glorious!
Enemies in the left lane.
Your left tower is under
Enemies
attack.
in the left lane.
guess I'll buy Wars for this, because Uller doesn't know how to get away from Izanami. I don't understand how he's dying to the Izanami twice now. It really shouldn't be that difficult for Uller to get away from her.
Is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Have fun.
And he could just ward. Like, I see the need warding.
team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Unstoppable.
I mean, surely we can do something about this? Like, I'm so confused.
Tower is under attack.
Mid's kind of getting clapped as well by Gunter, but
Your right tower is under attack.
that is kind of expected, I guess.
Left to do.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either, Jordan. Like, I feel like these rotations are not great from them. They're focusing very heavily on duo, and every single time they're getting quite poked out of it. And we have a Thanatos, of all things. Just kind of snack on that, if you
Your
wanted to.
right tower is under attack.
Turn out to keep them guessing.
Tagging it for you. Go in.
Killing spree.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Help! Enemy ultimate down.
Follow me.
On my way.
Gank.
Yes. Gank.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack left lane.
No, I didn't have.
Thing of my desire.
Ultimate is ready.
Gank. Attack.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed an enemy. Shut down.
Bit aggressive. Not really sure we could just tower dive like that.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
Wait, what was I buying before? Stampede. Oops. Like, surely with the buffed
Your middle tower is under
Predwen,
attack.
it should be good on tanks now, right? It wants to get bought. There we go.
ultimate is ready.
Be careful. Enemy missing left.
Left to do.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Attack fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Good job, everyone.
I can't believe the Nuo Fox still resets aggro. It really shouldn't. It's stealth, I mean, so I kind of get it.
Fire giant.
But on fire specifically, probably shouldn't, to be honest.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll cut you down.
An enemy has been slain.
Time to fight again.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
A little bit too deep, maybe. Slightly unnecessary, perhaps.
Killing spree.
Man, screw you, Herc. Ah, she's back up. Are we just being way too aggressive?
An ally has been slain.
Throw in the quick little XD.
Good job, everyone.
Oh yeah, Medal of Discord. You know what? Let me just buy these new items. See what happens. Though actually instead,
Defend the Gold Fury.
I think I'm going to Spirit Room first. With the amount of fucking CC that they have. Maybe even before that, I'll finish this first. Goddamn.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Yes.
Enemy spotted. Defend.
Who are your favorite solo laners to play in ranked right now? A bit of a rough time to ask, just because I'm slightly fatigued on the current gods, but like Mordred is it's very, very, very nice for me. Mordred is awesome. He's my most played god in Smite 2. But I mean, even besides him, I do enjoy Hades, but Hades is just so strong, and he's been so strong for so long that I am a bit tired of him. But he's so fun in Smite 2.
Your team has destroyed
Same thing
the
with
Gold
Morrigan.
Fury.
I love Morrigan as well, but also been very good for very long. A bit tired of playing her as well. But I'll definitely play some Mordred now that he's got a new skin. Just got a new skin today in this patch, so looking forward to using it. as I get it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Careful! Enemies incoming left!
Enemies incoming!
Defend left lane! Enemies incoming left!
An ally has been slain.
Please?
I mean, that's a solo killer. Like, it's just we got. Well, maybe it wasn't actually. It was about people.
Enemies in left lane.
Retreat! It's a trap!
That's too bad.
Oh damn, that was a huge execute.
Good job, everyone!
Maybe 40% execute is too much. Damn, that's crazy.
Okay, I'll hunt you down. Let me release you from your pain. Okay.
Attack right lane.
Gonna try Achilles solo, Rama and solo. Rama is pretty ass, unfortunately, from what I've heard so far. So probably not Rama, but maybe Sol. Also depends if she's good or not. But like both, like Sol is just kind of bad in general. I think that's one of the issues. Sol is just kind of bad, and I will definitely try Achilles once he's out. I'm not a huge fan of Achilles, never really was.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Destroy the right enemy Phoenix. Your left tower has been destroyed. I'll defend. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Aw, Pete!
Killing spree.
Good job, everyone!
Shut down.
That's too bad.
Attack middle. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Don't even think about eating my marshmallow!
I do wonder if I like Achilles though. I hope so, because as I mentioned, I do feel like I need some kind of god to spice things up for me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way!
like a Pred win.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. What right?
So might actually have some merit as mage with that aspect. Seems like she kind of did a lot of damage there. Maybe tanks are back. At least until we hit late game. Then they're dead again.
I'll gank left lane.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Sure doesn't feel like I'm playing support anymore.
Shut down.
Okay, this is goodbye. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Set up an ambush here.
Oh, it's cooked. Everyone is here.
Has been slain.
Defend the fire time.
Oops. Dude, hastened Fatalis? He fucking does. He just follows you. I ain't getting away from that. I did fuck up my dash though, which is kind of the main reason why I ended up in a bad spot. Dash straight to the fucking wall. I gotta start taking this game a bit more serious. I feel like I lose patience pretty fast. I feel like I'm generally a pretty patient person. But this game is so slow, and I'm just playing support, I'm just CCing things. But I should have... I played that bad. It also does feel like I'm the only one warding. Almost. There's 3 wards in the map at the moment. This one's mine. I'm not sure these 2. But we definitely do need some more wards.
Enemies incoming.
On my way.
And they have to defend left and mid eventually. Or it will. Actually, no, just left.
Has been slain.
We're doing the same shit again, we're just diving.
Please.
I feel like that should have been a really good fight. But we just... It's not even just me, I suppose, in this one. Like, my team is also just playing this super sloppy.
We need war.
Bathe in glory. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I don't feel tanky anymore.
An enemy has been slain.
We need war.
Fire giant.
Yes.
Oh, I know there's that again. My fucking god.
Has been slain.
The fire giant.
An enemy has been slain.
Who will haunt your dreams now?
The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Defend.
We need war.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
We're gonna lose this game.
Enemy spotted.
Defend the fire giant.
Attack fire. Enemies have returned to base.
Just out of range.
Time to hide the eggs.
Hi.
I'm so scared to hit a plug as well now, because if I don't have Blink up, I'm not getting out. Even if I hit it. And it might just beats it. I've officially hit the scariest part of playing so big. And of course that misses because of the wall.
Fall back. Enemy ultimate down.
That thing fucking hurts. How am I taking that much damage from that thing?
We need war.
This fucking game.
Yes. Bye-bye.
I feel like we're gonna hear a lot of people like spamming for wards. Yeah, you're right. I gotta swap out my Mystic Command for something else. Potentially even some cooldown. Actually,
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
we obviously don't have an Ankh. I don't know why I haven't bought this in like already. Chalk without Aspect, Hercules, Sol, Neath, like they have 4 self heals.
Your right tower is under attack.
Keep running, man. It's pretty well played, but just no one's alive. Never mind.
Unstoppable. Retreat.
Oh no. Missed the silence.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Chase the enemy.
Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
Chase the enemy. Defend middle lane.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
It's fucking cooked. We ain't getting anyone. I am not a tank anymore. We have reached that stage.
Is under attack.
I just
Your
fucking
left
died to
Phoenix
everything.
Is under attack.
No! Stop! Wait, how did Neath die? It feels like everyone is on edge.
The Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
At least Chuck ult, that's decent. He does have a pretty decent amount of cooldown though. Does Discord? It does 10. Everything gives cooldown reduction.
Enemies in the left lane.
On my way.
We have very good defense with Anua though. And diving won't be easy as well for the tanks now. Like Hercules and
We need war.
Chalk won't have a great time against like an Anubis, Uller, Thana and everything we have here too.
We need war.
Anuba just keeps spamming wards. The fuck, man? The fuck do you think I've been doing all game?
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Alright. Feel like we could have killed him there, but whatever. It was kind of just me and Nua. That was just Sol, by the way. Look at my fucking health. She didn't even fight back. How did she almost kill me without doing anything?
Cancel the retreat. Attack middle lane.
On my way.
It's a 4v4 at the moment. My team needs to chill here.
An ally has
fucking
been
hell.
slain. An enemy has been slain.
1 for 1, it's good. 3v4.
Attack middle lane.
On my way.
Just hit the Phoenix. I mean, Salt did a lot. It's also Gunter.
Victory.
Gunter is just, you know, it's a god in his own right. And I wouldn't say I carried, to be honest, in this one. I got a good pluck, and good for us, that won us the game. He had Aegis, so like no matter what, he can't really stop me from doing that. Realistically, I should have done that much earlier. We just weren't in as good of a position to make it happen. We were just lucky that he was alone. I'll take mid any day over support, thank God. Maybe I'll try Sol. Should I? I don't know. I still don't think she's that good, I'm not gonna lie. I thought she had an easier time. I guess I can... What is my issue with Sol? I think Sol is just too easy to kill for most assassins and warriors. Like, if Hades ever dashes on Sol, what can she do to respond to that? Nothing. She can just try and outdamage him, and that's pretty much it. But that's the same response as anyone else can try to do. That's gonna be Lycan on a... Actually, no, never mind. He's on my team. What the fuck picked the Anubis then? I don't think I'll play Sol. Now that I'm looking at it. Especially not into Anubis either. I don't want to deal with it.
Your god.
What else would I play though? It might actually be Gunter on the Anubis. I think I'll do Kukulkan. Hey, first Rama. Let's see how he does. He wasn't picked or banned last game, and he was banned in my first game for some reason. I'm actually surprised no one picked last game. If I get ADC, I will look for Rama, I think. I want to try him.
Kukulkan.
Yeah, but actually, yeah, Jordan, I forgot to respond to what you said. Like, 3k pots in terms of defense, I just don't think would be a good idea. Because, sure, you can think about it in a tanky sense. Like, you don't want a Hercules running around with like 5 3k pots. He's gonna literally be unkillable and it's not gonna be fun. But turn it the other way around. I do not want to see like an ADC or a mid laner run around with 3 or 4 or 5k pots. Or 3k pots in terms of defense. Fuck that. They're never dying if I am building tanky. Because then I would have to go for the 3k pots, like the 3k damage pots. And that's just gonna be, it's gonna be such an unfun meta. It's gonna be terrible, and I feel like everyone kind of, if they think about it, it would be terrible. I think it's good 3k pots, 3k defense pots aren't a thing in Smite 3. Smite 3? Dude, I have issues talking today. We skipped one. Looking forward to Smite 3, boys. Surely it's gonna be better than Smite 2. I actually like Conduit on Kukulkan. That being said, does one of them give mana? Actually, yeah, I mean, this one gives more mana too. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do Conduit.
I am starving.
And it is going to turn the Anubis. I gotta be careful in mid then. Mid game is gonna be tough for me. I can't really fight him the same way. You gotta teach me about that Aladdin. He's so easy to play. You need one game. I'll teach you all about it if you want me to. It's so much fun, but he's never open. It's truly a tragedy. Kukulkan hate. I mean, what do you mean Kukulkan enjoy? That's nothing wrong with that. And Hades, I'll take it. I'll admit it. I enjoy Hades too much. Even if I am a bit tired of him. He's just a comfort pick at this point. He's the god I pick when I don't need to think about doing anything, because that's how easy he is. Him or Chuck. Also, I don't want to hear that from a Nuba enjoyer. Nasty Dutch. And in my defense, I have played Kukulkan almost as much in solo now as I have in mid. I think.
Your right tower is under attack.
Down. Retreat.
Not sure we can really do much after that. Herc missed everything, and I'll just fuck me. I just need to sit back.
Retreat!
Enemy missing. Be careful left.
Be careful.
Down.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
I feel like I lose a lot on Chuck too. But like right now, I feel like Chuck isn't as broken as he was before. So how is this dude on 5? The hell did he go for him? Oh yeah, never mind. He got a buff. He did get the buff camp. That might be why. I think right now Chuck's build, like, he relies on going full damage, whereas before, when you just went soul gem and then a bit of tankiness and then you had like gem of focus and all that stuff, you were hybrid. You were a lot more tanky. You could definitely survive some stuff. Right now, you get killed if you get stunned, man.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ow.
Enemies incoming left.
Set up an ambush. Here.
This fucking voice back is so slow.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
gonna risk getting invaded here. I just gotta get my farm. No, it's so expensive now. It's not. I got baited. Let me get some rate of cooldown next. I do actually enjoy the current shock build though. I think it's more fun than the other one. I like throwing an axe, it just does a million damage. But Hot Seeker is also just broken.
Your left tower is under
My
attack.
jungler's just not around for the buff camps.
Face me.
On my way. Completed.
He's got a big XP lead on me. He's just getting all the camps.
Face me.
Serpent swiftness.
And he actually got those two.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing
Your right
middle.
tower is under attack.
It's so small. The wards are so small they can barely even cover the lane. Or the bushes in the lane, I should say.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Your left tower is under attack. Freeze!
Don't think my jungler is gonna be around for this one either.
An ally has been slain.
Storm strikes.
Okay.
Tragic.
Okay. Terrific. Terrific.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It does feel a little bit like a jungle diff. It just feels like they have so much more pressure around the jungle. Well,
Have fun.
Completed.
it's so expensive.
Enemy missing middle.
An ally has been slain.
Retreat.
Thor showed up behind me too.
Slain.
Down. Storm strikes.
Might be gold for them. Maybe it's a support diff. Fucking stampeded my ass. I couldn't get away. Maybe I do need to just get an early divine for any Anubis. Probably I actually need to. I hate it. I hate having to go divine on something like Vulcan because I need poly. At least they buffed the int on it. Actually pretty decent in power.
An ally has been slain.
Trap enemies.
The pirate has arrived.
I think I just have to resign myself in this one and just farm. I'm gonna have a real tough time in this game, I think, with Athena and Thor.
Your right tower.
Like, they don't
is
even
under
need that much
attack.
coordination. My beats are just gonna be forced so easily. Aegis. He seems to favor Aegis a lot, this countryman.
You can't run from your fate. Enemy
Your right tower
will
is
be
under
your
attack.
shield.
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
Oh, why me? I was the only one on full HP. Ah, fucking hell.
Killing spree.
Oops. No TP, huh?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Man, this really does suck though. Anubis is getting fed.
An enemy has been
But
slain.
my ADC's winning. That's nice. He's 3 levels above me now.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Completed.
Face prepare to attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemies in the left lane. Be careful left.
Cancel that.
So Athena is making my life so incredibly hard.
Terrific. Enemies in left lane. Terrific.
Help left lane.
Cancel that. Completed.
An ally has been slain.
Swiftness.
Completed. Enemy ultimate down.
Is under attack. On my way. Ultimate is down. An enemy has been slain.
Strikes.
Yes.
Herc! Go, man! Herc! My dude is like half asleep. Like what are we doing here, man? I think I see the problem with the map pressure overall now.
Slain an enemy.
Serpent swiftness.
Herc is just so scared, it feels like. He doesn't want to do anything. He's fucking Herc. Do the Herc thing. He does one thing really well. Do that.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
That's huge for me, though. At least getting something. Would have liked the Anubis kill, but I'll take it.
Terrific. Enemies in left lane. Terrific. Cancel that. Completed.
Slow down.
Enemy missing well. Cancel that.
Enemy missing. Be careful left. Enemies incoming left.
An enemy has been slain.
Serpent.
An ally
I wish I could help,
slain.
but if I rotate,
An ally has
if I
been
rotate, I
slain.
wish I just knew where he was. If he catches me in the jungle, I'm just dead.
Storm strikes.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Enemy missing. Killing spree.
Completed.
Damn it. Wish I hit the NATO.
Fire giant.
Attack! Enemy missing. You have slain an enemy.
Lost a tail feather.
Attack fire giant.
The fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack.
Pretty low power build I have, but
Your right tower has been destroyed.
it is what it is, I guess. I wanted to try running at least Jimma Focus. Or not try, I guess, I just like it, but probably should have scratched it in this case where I ended up having to go for
Destroyed
Divine
the
Ruin.
Pyromancer.
And then just go for a Chronos Pendant or something later.
Enemy missing middle. Ward the Gold Fury.
Face me.
You have been slain.
every fucking time, man. I can't do anything against this fucking Athena nonsense.
Okay.
That's unfortunate. They're all pretty low. What is this build? It's an interesting armor build. I mean, I should have looked at this before. I could gank her so easily with that build. Well, granted, I hit my
Your
shit.
middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm actually curious what everyone else thinks about the ward change because I hate it. Wards are so small now that it benefits gods that obviously want to gank stuff. They were maybe a little bit too big before, but now it feels fucking impossible to even try and ward. Like, what's the point? I'm obviously doing it anyway because I need to, but... It doesn't feel great. Oh, that is so unfortunate. He almost ran into it because of the wall.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Attack!
That's too bad.
Rama here too.
Retreat!
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Retreat!
Slain an enemy. Be careful. On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels bad with the ward stuff. I wouldn't say useless, even though I've been bitching about it quite a bit. But they do feel very...
Your team has destroyed.
I don't know, you really have to think about where you place them now, otherwise they don't matter at all. I do think they need to be slightly bigger, because you can place them in the bush and it doesn't even cover the whole bush. Like, what the fuck? What are we doing with that? My beats are down at the moment, I need to just not get taunted now. buying too many wards though. I need to just keep buying items. Because I think we're gonna end up needing to rely a lot on my damage when it comes to their front lines. More specifically the armor here.
Attack the fire giant!
Your team has destroyed the gold fort.
I have no wall.
Enemy behind us.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Retreat middle lane.
Storm strikes.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Oh no, we go again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude.
Terrific.
Red buff? I'm going for it. Surely I get this.
Your middle tower is
It's not
under
fun.
attack.
What is happening?
Your left tower is under attack.
They have Rama, this thing's gonna die fast, it's gonna crit.
Your left tower is under attack.
Serpents.
Oh man, I'm so fucking sad. How are we losing this so badly? And we also don't have any wards, which really does not help the situation. Fuck. I'm not even sure what the real problem is, to be honest. Just a lack of team play, really. People getting caught before the fighting begins.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Well, no, actually, no, I do know what the problem is. Our Herc jungle definitely is not doing great, considering the pick he's running around with. Athena is also running the game, I'm not gonna lie.
Your Titan is under attack. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree.
Damn. Well, I did a lot of damage.
Attack middle lane.
Enemy missing left. Attack middle lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Attack the right lane.
Yeah, I think he's been playing really well. Like, if I do have to lose, I do prefer to being against someone who plays really well. Like, Athena is absolutely carrying this shit for them. If these taunts weren't happening, they wouldn't be having as easy of a time just catching us out of our position. Just being fucking so in absolute oblivion. I also do not know why we have our Izanami as our front line at the moment. Like, what is she doing up there?
Your right tower is under attack.
If she's in position to not only just dash out... Oh, her just dashed in for some reason.
Has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I don't even want to start anything. Whatever.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
As I was about to say, though.
That's too bad. Defeat.
I think Ymir played fine. Like, it wasn't on him specifically. I do think there was a big difference, though, between him and obviously the Athena. Also, you can't fucking tell me you're warding when you're buying 6 fucking wards. What the fuck? Shuya? Buy wards. Why the fuck do I have so many more wards than everyone else in my fucking team? Well, this is going pretty shit today. Have I won a game? Oh, I did, yeah, that's a big one. But that was tough as hell. Not a great start, but I'm also not getting solo. Though I guess the one time I did, I played like shit, so... It gets worse? Oh no. Yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff in the Battle Pass. I agree, Jordan. Yeah, like this one is super cool. I agree. It's awesome. I would love more of this. Give me some pixel art with some other gods. That'd be so awesome. It's so cool. And I will 1000% play some Mordred when I have this skin in my hands. I can buy it in 200. Just 200 more coins. It's like they made this skin specifically for me. Do you get coins just by playing? Yeah, you do. You get 400 for winning and 200 for losing. At least in ranked so far, from what I've been playing. Yeah, it's pretty good value. I think they did a great job with it. I don't know who started this new Battle Pass format, but I think it's much better than what we've grown used to in so many other games. Because Helldivers did it, and people were really surprised about it. But I don't think they started it. I'm pretty sure someone else did. It just wasn't as like big and popular, so Helldivers was kind of the one that put it on the map, I guess, because it was so big and had so many eyes on it. For some reason it's glitched for me though. I can't actually see the skins here. Oh, except for this one. Yeah, I can't see this one either. Just Mordred I can see. Touch grass. Dude, I don't like that jump stamps are back, I'm not gonna lie. I hate jump stamps. And it's just because you can see them from so far away. You can still do that right now, but the normal jump stamp is harder to tell, because it's just kind of like a little wind gust, I guess. hitting the ground or something like that. Once these bright ones are gonna land, you can see them from so far away. I don't like it. Yeah, I know how it looks, Jordan. I just can't see it specifically on that screen. I like the new skins, they look cool. But obviously the mortar one is the most appealing to me because I like that god the most. But I think the ammo one is really cool too. I do want that. Yeah, like jump stabs, I'm never doing if I'm doing ranked. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mostly play ranked, so for me, I'm not a huge fan of them. I don't mind word skins though. Word skins are fine. Wait, if we have me, Dutch, and Gunter, like we gotta have, there's gotta be some pretty decent players on the enemy team. What? He's second. Who's this then? Like he was the Ramen from last game, but he wasn't particularly impressive. I think it wasn't bad though, from what I could see.
Select your god.
I mean, on the off chance that I'm into a bots, what the hell do I play? I need something with some kind of CC immune or a good jump or something. Haven't played a whole lot of Herc. I'll do a Herc game, I guess. Don't think it's particularly good into bots though. I can't really fight him early, but hopefully I can become tanky enough to the point where he won't just be able to one-shot me. Okay, so does seem to be a bot solo.
Grand slam!
Seven darters, interesting. Yeah, Mori is disabled again. It's so fucking cold. I'm actually really hot at the moment because I'm sitting with a blanket all day and with a headset. That usually heats me up quite a bit. But I'm always cold when I start the stream. This is absolutely a beats game. I don't even give a shit. I think I'm doing Warrior Sacks this game. It's gonna be super slow for my clear though. But I am doing it. Sab on the bots though, that's gonna be really annoying. I'm pretty sure last time I played Hercules it was also against Sav. Or was it? Maybe it wasn't. I haven't played Herc in a while, that's my point I guess.
Fantastic!
What are all these new pings? How do you even use all these new pings?
Retreat. Okay. Ward here. Okay. Minions have spawned. Attack.
I don't know how to do the red one.
I'm on it. Attack.
I have no idea how what the red one is.
Ever been inside the magic lamp?
It's gonna be a Bombus bots. I just need to do my buff now, otherwise he's gonna end up stealing it. But I will probably get denied on the way for a little bit.
Sorry, miscast.
This sure is slow.
Careful.
Enemy missing left. Be careful. Good luck. Be careful. Out of mana. Attack me. Attack. Attack. First blood. Nice job.
Suppose I'll just deny here a little bit.
Got a mana. Fantastic. Ha, drag 3. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
I need 100 gold. Sticking around. He's just farming big.
Walk it off. Attack.
Can't do much about it with Warrior's Axe. My clear so ass.
I'm on it. Attack. An enemy has been slain. No. Slam. Ha. Got a mana.
Enemy missing middle.
sure that one was regulation.
Just wasting my own time, to be fair. He's gaining something I'm not. Though I'm denying a bit of gold, but...
Enemy missing middle. Enemies incoming right.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's a bunch of smaller like UI icon changes and sound changes in this patch. I think that's pretty cool as well. It's the first like bigger patch in a little while.
Be right back.
It's cool. Started brawlers. Of course, Thano. What are the fucking odds?
An ally has been slain.
My stupid ass brain thinking now it's time to be aggressive. Obviously, that's when the jungler is also behind me. Because why wouldn't he be?
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Oh, I lost so much XP for that death.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Walk it off!
Enemies in left lane.
Group up!
Enemy missing left.
On thy way.
Game.
Take this jungle buff! Help!
What the fuck? Who did that? I probably did them when I actually killed the other ones. That makes sense.
Set up an ambush here. Three right back. An ally has been slain.
Wicked.
Hey!
You're magical. Okay.
Walk it off!
Surely he gets him.
Your middle tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Axe will definitely feel better once we get a bit further into the game, but right now it's still a bit tough. And like one item, I guess. I should feel just fine with that.
Enemy missing middle.
Next up, I think... I guess I'll try Pridwin. Should still be good. Or still be good. It should be good now. Spare rope later.
careful.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemies incoming left.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll take an ult.
Okay.
Ally has been slain.
Dude, I need to... the Rumble did get sold by my Izanami last game as well. He needs to stop doing that.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack monkey. Okay.
Attack.
Okay.
Dude, there's no fucking way, man.
Killing spree.
Okay. Quiet.
Your right tower is under attack.
Go, monkey, go.
Hey, enemy ultimate down. Nice.
I mean, we're only 3k behind. It shouldn't be that bad. We have good players in the team. I'm sure Gunter can probably carry this late game. But my main worry right there is on the ADC aspect of things. I feel like...
Your left tower.
I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like Rama, he might be really bad. I've seen a few people say that now.
An enemy has been
Enemy
slain.
missing left.
But I think one of the ADCs he's probably good into would be Izanami. Because he does the same thing as her.
Has been slain.
Actually, you know what? Maybe not. No, I don't think about it. They do the same shit. She just kind of does it better. I take everything back.
An enemy has been slain.
Right, three.
Triple kill.
Hit the dirt.
Sure done blue as well, I guess, but losing the wave is gonna suck.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Right, three.
Enemies in the middle lane.
It's a tanky bots.
Have fun. On my way.
Attack.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful left.
We got a wall anytime? That sucks. fucking kill the Sobek instead.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm fucking missing everything. I definitely feel that I haven't played Herc in a little while.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Drag 3.
Enemy spotted!
Be careful left.
Got a mana. Enemy missing left.
Be careful left.
Walk it off.
Will cut your life stream.
Fantastic. Of course, fucking Fan is here again.
An ally has
I was being greedy for sure. I was taking too much poke,
What,
but
mate? What do you mean okay? Like,
difference is my jungler isn't around and his always is.
shut up, man.
double kill. Shut down. Your left tower is under attack.
They could be on fire.
Completed. Enemies at the
Enemies
fire
at the
giant.
fire giant. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
They're just playing the map so much better than we are. We've lost every objective so far. That is partly because side lanes are having pressure on their end. Well, I guess it's about even in terms of pressure over here, but I'm still really far behind.
Your team has destroyed the right enemy tower.
Get middle lane!
Cancel.
Okay.
Cancel that.
Enemies incoming, right? Enemies in middle lane!
Looks like the bug still exists on bots. You can still get teleported to a random wave when you use your 3. You just CP'd into the tower.
The enemy team has destroyed
Would have expected
the
that bug to be
pyramid.
fixed. That was kind of a big one, I feel like. He's so tanky as well. I didn't mean to press my 1 there. What a lane this is. Jesus Christ.
Left. See ya.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower
Completed.
has been destroyed.
Okay.
Be careful. Your left
I guess I
tower
should have
is
backed
under
off completely. When people say incoming left, I'm not expecting them to dive the tower of 5 people, or 4 people, or whatever. Maybe there could have been some more pinging and stuff, but whatever. I mean, boys. Defend the fucking lane.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Today is not a great solo day. Or just ranked day in general. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, like, I'm not exactly impressed with his display on the Rama so far, but missing on a full, like speeded up Thanatos, I would say isn't like a big thing. I mean, it's fucking hard to hit Thanatos when he's that fast. Like, Rama ult has always been very... I mean, it's not the most reliable thing in the world. I'm not gonna expect him to hit every shot.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It is not wise to put basket on your head.
A pinch of pain.
Your right tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I'm really trying to get 20 for this.
Knock it off! Hit the dirt! The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Enemies at the fire giant. Have fun. Has been slain.
They used bomb. That's kind of big. I mean, if Rambo just didn't get caught, I don't know why he's there. That sucks, man. We just need him alive. He's quite literally the only one on our team that can actually... Well, we have a Uller too, but...
Your right Phoenix
He can
is
just
under
shred the
attack.
front line.
The enemy team
I feel like at this
has
point in the
destroyed
game, I'm in such a good spot as a Hercules, but... Just can't really do much with it.
This'll make her.
My beat's down as well, so now
Your
I'm
middle
just
tower is
susceptible
under
to getting
attack.
plucked.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Do we not have Stampede? Oh, we do. They don't. I need 1 minion for level 5, or 10, 20. Let's give it to me.
Drag 3.
There we go.
Batter up. Walk it off.
careful left. Enemy missing.
Have fun.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The Pyromancer has arrived. Ward here. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
What a thing you can do in this fucking game with gold. I hate this gold. This gold fury is so fucking annoying.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Killing spree.
Like, I'm just getting chased by two people here. How did we lose the fight over there?
Has been slain. Your Titan is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Okay. And okay, whatever.
Double kill.
At least I got them low, but my god.
Triple kill. Killing spree.
Would I like to have Nemean in that fight? I don't feel tanky, man. Like, what the fuck is
An
that?
ally has left the game. Yes.
No!
Good game.
Come back, Dutch.
That's why he's fucking dog shit.
Yes. Spell goes through. Yes.
Sure.
Today is just not my day. It's the first like big losing streak I guess I've had since the reset. It might just not be a ranked smite day for me today. But also, to be fair, this patch barely changes anything for me, so it's not like my passion is super high. The only thing I kind of like that they added that is cool for me is like the new skins and stuff.
An ally has returned.
What MR are you at now? About 4k, and I've been stuck here for a little while now. I'm at like 4.2 or something, 4.1, depending on how much I've won and lost today. I'm not too sure. Well, specifically lost. I won one game today and then I like lost 3, I think.
The left enemy tower.
Something like that. I think Uller is dead here. Just a matter of time. You might get one with him though.
Bye.
See ya.
Killing spree.
Dutch mate, can you shut up, mate? You're fucking annoying, mate. Fucking do my tits in, man.
Enemies behind us.
If only I had Blink. Like, my bees have barely been useful this game. Oh, of course it still hits me. It's just not meant to be. I think too many teammates in this one just kind of gave up and decided to do solo stuff. It's cooked. And like, I'm not an Uller hater. I think this guy did just fine. I will say though, he could have been in left a bit more. You know, like maybe help me when they made my blue and stuff like that. But I mean, outside of that, I think it was mainly that we just didn't group. When people just got caught.
Defeat.
I think we had a good team comp. We just didn't use it very well. And like Rama doing less damage than me is really not ideal either. This does feel like it happens a lot when I pick something like Herc. I feel like I just can't do anything with it. How's Rama's second pick? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure it's just a name change. Like, I know Rama is pretty bad. Like the god itself, but just on the way he plays, I'm not really sure. It feels like a boosted account, I'm not gonna lie. Oh boy. Look at this game. Maybe it's time for me to play Rama. Let's see how bad he is. Is Achilles not in the game? No, he's in next week. The 17th. The patch just makes it look like it, but he's not coming in before next week. One game, my great day is ruined. Yeah, no, I get you. Online games will do that to you. That's why I primarily play single-player games. My days are just better when I chill in a single-player game. But right now I'm addicted to Smite, so here we fucking are. Right now this is live. Monster Hunter Wilds can't come soon enough. I'm a ban. Surely they don't pick Rama here though, right? They wouldn't do that to me. If they do, I just have to play Uller. It's not like it's kind of a win-win situation for me. I'm fine with playing Uller. I don't get the chance to play him very often. But I would like to play Rama.
Select your god.
Let's see how he is. I'm so tempted to try the aspect, but literally everyone says it's absolute dog shit. And it's only a DPS loss. There's zero reason to take it, apparently. Rama has to be so bad with the god pull there is in this game. Yes. I would say so. I think the main problem with Rama, though, is just that assassins and mages are so dominant. Rama generally, I think, is good in metas where tanks are somewhat dominant because he's just good at killing tanks. But right now, anything will fuck you up so fast. And since Rama is purely like AA based, he just can't fuck you up as fast as everything else can. Like Izanami almost feels like a better version of Rama at the moment, because she does the same stuff. Like she kills minions, or has pass-through autos with minions and stuff, on top of having like a big steroid. But then she also has like the ultimate that is just more useful, I think, and I guess like a jump essentially that is also better than Rama's dash, in most cases, I think. So. What do ADCs build now? Actually, do we have an ADC player in chat? Or just does anyone know? Like, what starter do you go with now? Do you still just do Bombus stuff? Because on Rama, I'm not really sure. I assume you would just go Bombus. But maybe you could not do that on Rama, maybe? Since he is just... like, he just has path through autos anyway. Probably has pretty good jungle clearing in the first place. Dude, I'm so tempted to do Aspect of Precision. I mean, so on her as well, with the pillar. It would be nice, just have autos that goes through. But based on what everyone has said so far, I guess I won't do that. I want to, though. It sounds fun. But apparently the DPS loss is too big, because you lose a lot of attack speed with that aspect, for having a permanent one. Which does make sense. You went Bomba Spear? Okay. I'll just do that then. What else though? Do you go Devourers now? Or Gauntlet? Or do you go into something else? I assume you would go Devos. Daggerkin's Execret. You don't go Devos? I could just do Dagger as well. Dagger does seem quite good, I'm not gonna lie. Did they change Dagger? Was it always 50 strength?
Okay.
May the sinners be damned.
No problem.
Minions have spawned.
At least the autos still feel nice. Rama's always have pretty clean autos. My auto still went off even after the impale. That's funny.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in the left jungle street left lane.
Gank right lane. Wait.
Enemy missing. Enemies have returned to base.
I do think one thing that is really awkward on Rama is, as you've probably already been able to tell if you've been watching, the minions split very easily when they get hit, and it's so annoying. Which just makes it like your one a lot worse, because sometimes it's just gonna miss minions because they get like split up. It's so awkward. It's unfortunate. Just a trade of actives. Well done.
Patience. Slow down.
Enemy missing legs.
Enemy missing right. An ally has been slain.
I got the buff. I'm happy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Slow down.
And a loop towards you, Roma.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as always, you can tell how weak he is early. He is not an early game god.
Be right back.
On my way. Attack.
I can't help but feel Dagger's overkill on Rama though. I'll try it though.
Be okay.
See how it goes.
Retreat middle. Enemies behind us.
Good job.
This also won't really be that great of a test. Like on her, I don't know if he's good now after all the buffs, but I mean on her is still on her, so I just don't think he's that good. So I'm not exactly against one of the better ADCs here. I think he's gonna get completely trashed by Uller. I think Rama's not gonna have any chance. I don't see it.
An ally has been slain.
One of a kind.
Snua is very expressive.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, they're so low too.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Slow down.
Attack left
You
lane.
press Dagger?
Attack.
Oh, I didn't realize fucking Herc was on Thana. My fucking god, man. I was being unnecessarily aggressive as a result of this. And the Kipri's here! Oh my fucking god, man. Well,
Good job, everyone.
that couldn't have gone any worse. I was winning and it's on her too.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Not in that specific trade, but overall.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh no! The team hates each other now. It's unsalvageable. Let's let this guy zone just a little bit.
Your right tower is under attack.
Kins will be the big one. Then I'm gonna fight a bit more. For now, I'm just gonna sit back and chill. Unless he really wants to fight.
Tower is under attack.
I still do have an XP lead on him.
Your right tower is under attack. Attack.
Mate, you're getting soloed in mid.
An ally has been slain. Attack. Killing spree. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Ram ult feels really weird to aim. It feels like Thana ult. They changed the aiming on it, and I honestly don't like. I don't like it. It feels awkward.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy
And I
team
just
has destroyed
that
the
pyro. Fuck. If I wish I knew where they were. I would love to be more aggressive. I just don't want to die for being aggressive.
Tower is under attack.
Hmm. Gotta ward more as well. The problem is, like in general, just like in this one, people are playing just fine. Like none of these guys are bad from what I can tell. We're just currently getting shit on. That's fine. That happens. It doesn't have to be anything big.
Ally has been slain. Beware the shifting sand. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill. Killing spree.
Should get tower here. I want a purple, but now I don't. I don't want to do it anymore after all.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello, Hoek. Yeah, I got some talkative teammates. Oh, it's Hercules here.
Be careful, right?
Yes.
Slow down.
The pyro has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Ow, holy shit. Oh my god. Big Vulcan, he hurts.
Be right back.
Ow. Wait, what? There it is. Forgot what I was buying. Vulcan will be really hard for me to deal with as well. Brahma is not exactly a good mage killer, I would say. He kind of gets shit by a lot of mages. Don't have my snipes. Oh, that's fucking Hades here. Cool. And the fucking turret, man.
Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Dude, why can't I just get normal teammates? Just once today. Just once. It's been like 7 games. And even the one I won, it was still weird, really fucking weird. Just once. This one is kind of the worst though. Because no one is really even winning their lane. I guess, I mean not even in solo I guess, like, because Hades is just getting fed by his team. But I guess solo is just a stalemate. I won my lane, but that doesn't matter now. They're just winning so hard around mid and jungle
Your left tower
that it doesn't matter. And now I'm behind actually, because I died to Hades.
Enemy missing left.
Enemies incoming middle.
But no, Rama is ass. I think I can already tell. Like even in this case where I'm against someone who is not really that good. Like this on her is not, you know, super good. So.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Whatever. I don't even want to shoot.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Lost the full wave on the red buff just for a rotation where I ulted and cancelled it.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Well. I mean, I'm doing some good damage. It just doesn't matter. Not really in the position to do anything about it. What do I build now, though? Like Demon Blade? What's the rest of the build now? Hello, Momo.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Demon Deathbringer Titans. Okay. I'll build that. If I get the chance. I doubt that I will.
Enemy missing left.
Your
Be
left
careful,
tower
middle.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Slow down.
Killing spree. Rampage.
I mean, this is looking huge.
Kill. Shut down. Triple kill. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down.
Ow!
Slow down.
An enemy has been
Well, we can't really tank gold, so.
deicide.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I mean, we just go fire, don't we?
Attack the gold fury.
We need wards.
Attack.
Yes. Attack the Gold Fury.
Attack.
Okay, I mean. We're missing literally everything.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That was really tragic.
An ally has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. You have been slain.
This Hades is just like, it's like he smells my ass and goes straight for it.
Your middle tower is
Why is he
under
always behind me?
Your left tower
Oh, it is CJ. He was the annoying ass Athena when I was playing Kukulkan mid as well.
Your right tower is under attack.
He's being a pain in my ass today.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I got a question if someone's going to play Joust. How hard is Genshin Conquest?
Under attack.
I mean, it's kind of only as hard as you want it to be, if that makes any sense. If you know the format, like, it's not hard to learn. You just stick to a single role to begin with, and then you can always branch out if you feel like this role maybe isn't for you, or I generally recommend having at least 2 roles that you're comfortable with. If you're interested in getting into it, I mean, in the early stages of like Conquest, I guess, like matchmaking, most people don't really know what's happening, right? So you should be just fine. If you really want to learn it, I say just go for it. All you need is passion. The rest will figure itself out.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Yeah, if you know, okay, if you played League for a long time, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Then it's just about learning jungle paths and stuff, and you can watch guides, and you can watch streams and to learn all that stuff. So.
Enemies in left lane.
Stay
I need XP before I can do anything here. They have 4 20s, we have 1.
We need wards. Enemies incoming front.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Extra awesome.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Why the fuck did I beats? Rama's ult does no damage. I think I know why Rama is ass. His ult does no damage. What the fuck was that? How did the last shot do 108? Like, what was it? 69? What? It is minus damage.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I still do feel the unfamiliarity with Rama though. He's still very new to me, obviously, considering he came out today, and I played him like for 10 minutes once in a casual, fucking 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, whatever.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Oh no, I'm top damage. I just got depression from looking at that. How am I top damage? I should not be top damage. I haven't done anything this game. Oh, he needs to die here. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh my fucking god, man. Can't keep hitting me.
An ally has been slain.
Dude, that caught my dash? There is no way. Not that it mattered. I mean, we would have died seconds later anyway. Or lost. But still. This wasn't a good metric to see if Rama is good or not. But just based on how he feels in lane, it's not good. He definitely does not feel great in lane. Yeah. Don't really think I could have done anything on this. Yeah, the ult did no damage. It's a Susano situation. Everything else seems somewhat alright. The ult though, nope. That is terrible. How's even the scaling on it? Not good. I mean, what is this? This is a lie. This is right here. It is a massive lie. I hit a Vulcan and an on her. I'm actually pretty sure it was an on her who has no defense. With a... what was it then? I mean, it must have been at least like a rank 4 ult. It wasn't rank 5 yet, because it wasn't 20. So that definitely was not the case. Hey, Gunter, thank you so much for the raid, man. I'll do one more game as well before I leave. And welcome, raiders. Hopefully I just get solo. Like, I've been with Lycan a lot in these games. And he's obviously higher MR than me, or SR. So I just don't get solo. And the 2 games I have gotten solo, they have been absolutely horrendous to play. I've lost so much today. Down to 4k. Well, I mean, I lost like, it's not even that bad. I would lost like 200 SR. It still sucks, but it could be a lot worse. I think I can buy the Mordred skin now though, right? Hell yeah. Clean. I kinda have to do a Mordred game now. I need to strike a Bracken as well after all the buffs. He surely can't be that bad now. Just like the one that got buffed the most. I must have missed the queue. I need to play some more Amma as well. She's just so broken late game now with her the buff on her too. Like in majority of games you won't even get to the point where she's gonna be broken, but it's still insane that you can get to that point. Her aspect is really weird. I don't think I've ever tried it. Or even seen anyone try it. And I am top pick. Oh no. I have the same three dudes that were raging at each other last game. That's not a good sign. But at least I'm solo. I'm banning Hercules. See if I can get either. Well, I want to try and go for the Aladdin. Oh, that's tragic. I really don't feel like playing bots, so I'm just gonna ban. might pick the Aphrodite if they don't ban it though. Because I don't want to deal with it. Hades.
Select your god.
We picked Rama. We lost. It's over. Well, in all seriousness, while he definitely is bad, he's still an ADC. So as long as you get late game, you should still be okay. But Rama into... I don't know, man. He definitely does have a lot of issues in his current gods. I kind of do hope that we dodge this one, because I can't be able to listen to these guys argue all game again. It just feels like it's lost before the game even begins. Tragic. Guess we're going through with it. Afro is good against their comp at least. I'm kind of glad they banned Hades. Oh, it's gonna be a sub solo, isn't it? How annoying. I want to do Conduit. Maybe I don't do Lifebinder anymore. I don't actually have... I haven't heard if anything is good or bad. Surely it's still good. It's just such good stats. Wait, what? No, it's Nemesis solo. No, that... Oh, that can't be the case, right? Huh. I mean, Nemesis is very easy for me as Afro, so... I'm fine with it. Yeah, just they buff they nerfed specifically the active aspect of it. Like it does less damage and heals less. You know, so even if you can use it often, it might not be that good. But I just haven't heard anyone talk about it. But I mean, I imagine it's good. It's just less good. And even if you don't account for the pretty insane active it has. It just has really good base stats too.
Minions
Like
have
100 and 350 health is wild. 3 health regen as well as some int. It's just a really good item. I do think 350 health is too much on this item. It's a lot of HP for an item that already gives you a shield and some healing. We lost so many creeps.
Come, my dogs. Enemies in the right jungle.
One strike is all I need.
You have slain an enemy.
To fix this mess.
Rama getting first blood is really not what I want to see right now.
Back off.
I really need him to stay safe and be a good boy until I start hitting the fights. No more feeding ADCs. I've had so many today. Someone else can feed.
Back off. Ha! Elysium will welcome you.
There's no running from me.
Oh yeah, it has a completely new voice pack, right? This skin. It's pretty cool. They did a lot of, even though this is just a recolor in the Nemesis, like it's pretty damn cool skin.
Get away.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. One strike is all I need.
Back off.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to judgment is my domain.
Enemies in right lane. Come, my dogs.
Annoying timing. I'm losing so many creeps for this. Who also ganks from that side? He must have come from a TP.
Come, my dogs.
Let's settle this with my style.
Hello.
On my way.
Mate, I don't get why you're walking about the jungle. You missed your chance to go for them.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Need 300 more gold, then I could just buy Doom Orb. I think I'll just do that. Get a power spike.
Judgment is my domain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The shield is down, so...
An enemy
I'll be
has been
back to
slain.
fix this mess.
Help left lane.
An ally has
she? What? How is she so fast?
Your left tower is under
I guess it's the thing, her aspect. Cause what the fuck, man? It was like she had haste and fatalis on my ass.
an enemy has been slain.
But the main problem was that I ran out of mana. I could choose from one ability, and I went with my heal, which was arguably a bad idea.
Thanks.
Could have maybe tried for the stun, but I mean, I don't see a situation where I get out of that.
Judgment is my domain.
Enemies in the right jungle.
As much as I do hate playing Aphrodite and being against her and all that stuff, she has very satisfying auto attacks.
Judgment is my domain. One strike is all I need. Ha! Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. It's like let me tip the scales.
You have slain an enemy.
Fix this mess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank left lane. Attack.
No.
Your left
Why are you playing so scared?
killing spree.
Beads down mid. Sobek's in the bushes, don't walk in and die again.
Enemy missing right. Back off. Judgment is my domain.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
He does the same thing every single time.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Let's settle this with style. My style. Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me.
Gank right lane.
An enemy has been slain.
Did I even get assist for that? I don't think I did.
Sobek's in left jungle, Rama.
An ally has been slain.
I think I'm gonna go Chronos Pendant next. Some low cooldown. It's gonna make this a lot easier.
Your left tower is under attack.
And a lot more fun.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Your left tower is under attack.
Back off.
You're welcome. Help.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
domain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. An ally has
No,
been
dude,
slain.
my ADC is getting so shit on again.
Tower is under attack.
What do I need to do today? Why must I suffer?
Under attack.
Gods love it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The arguments. We're now at the I'm high. I'm high more than you, bro. I'm better. The best indicator.
Settle this with style. Judgment is my domain. Let's settle this with style. Balance is my style. Let me. There's no running from me.
You have slain an enemy.
Fix this mess.
Enemy missing left.
Yeah, what was you thinking? Yeah, I mean, I'm just doing more and more damage and I get lower and lower cooldown. So
The enemy team
she wasn't prepared for it.
the gold fury.
I'm glad Fan is good on this team at the moment.
Judgment is my domain. Settle this with style. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide. Back off. Balance.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Scale.
I have a feeling Amma is on her way.
Is under attack. Killing spree.
Wasn't Amma.
Killing spree. Your right tower.
Don't fucking surrender, team. Why the fuck would we surrender this? I mean, I guess why. We have very big difference in the dual lane at the moment, but
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the
dude,
pyro.
this fucking censoring system is the worst I've ever experienced in any game. You can barely say a normal sentence with just a slight little weird word. You can't even say sucks. Like, come on, man.
Your middle
What the
tower
fuck?
is under attack.
Let me do some fun swearing here and there, you know?
Retreat!
Come on.
Retreat! Retreat!
What are you doing?
Enemy missing left.
It's Amma here. That means I'm out. I'm just going for a full carry effort build here. With Bali and shit. See if I can carry it somehow. With help from Tana as well. Amo should be dead. She won't be able to tank anymore. It's big. Well, they got me. And Agnes behind as well. I mean, this guy can blame everyone else all he wants, but he isn't doing shit himself, man.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
If you don't trust your teammates any longer, stop following them. It's that simple.
Your right tower.
I have games too where my jungler ganks and I just die as a result of it. But that's not necessarily just their fault, you know? Sometimes you need to just trust your own judgment and stop following bad calls then if you think they're bad. But no. This guy is one of those people who can't take, I guess, his own thoughts into practice. Just stop listening if you think it's that bad, man. It's just silly. But Fire Giant moving around, looking at people.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I still don't know why I'm leveling my ult. Is there actually any point to leveling it? Buff duration? I guess that's a pretty good reason to level it, to be honest.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Looks like I might get visited.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think today is one of those days where I just not play. Fate isn't on my side today. Just have to accept it.
Opportunity is knocking.
An ally has been slain.
Retreat.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Follow me.
Down.
Enemy missing.
Let me tip the scales.
Slain an enemy. Double kill.
Time to just be someone else's bitch, I guess. Smooch them forever.
totally make us win.
What would even be good? Let's get lifesteal.
Oh my god.
Enemies at the
Love
Gold
it.
Fury.
You hold the
Completed.
key.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An ally has been slain. Your left tower
Enemies
is
in
under
left
attack.
lane.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm getting some pretty low targets, but
Hello, young one.
That's too bad.
Your left
gonna
Phoenix
ping him a
is
bit.
under attack.
If only we had a mid.
Yes. So you are capable of some things, huh?
I did some good damage, but I was definitely just dead.
There's no running from me. Let me tip the scales. Always fall.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice.
Run to me, Rama. Run to me, Rama.
Killing spree.
Follow me.
I don't think he's gonna make it.
Unstoppable.
So you are capable of some things, huh?
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
No, I think when I leave Jordan, I gotta go. I need to walk the dog as well after this, so I kind of need to leave either way. I've kind of stretched my stream as far as I could have today.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Take this jungle buff.
Back off.
I just think some people don't really get it.
Balance is over. Let me tip the scales.
I'm so dead if Agony dashes.
Is under attack.
Damn, he actually missed everyone.
Right Phoenix is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
My god.
Shut down.
Ow. Said Agni was bad. The fuck, man? The hell is that damage? I'm full damage, I guess, but still. What can we do to win this? Probably just have one good team fight, I think. Akatse is starting to play the game a bit, which is good.
The Pyromancer has
Stop
arrived.
typing. Also good. I just need to play so passively.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Because if I die, I think we just lose. Well, I'll take the trade for that. Oh, that was a bit troll from Bacchus, I'm not gonna lie, just fucking sprinted it down. Courageous. Well, I mean, that's just a bit troll, isn't it? Izanami didn't lose any more HP than when I was there and dealing damage, so they just all died for actually literally nothing.
Your Titan's under attack.
Let's settle this.
Like, I stopped duo queuing for the most part.
That's too bad.
I mean, that's pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Like, what the hell? Oh, that's some damage.
Defeat.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he did less damage than the Rama. Oh, this guy was talking so big. Fuck. Do I have time for one more? Probably not. I want to play, that's the problem. There's just, these games are terrible. Alright. I'm just gonna have to call it. I didn't actually have fun for the most part in my games here, but my teams didn't. Where am I at now? Just 4K. Damn. I lost like 300 SR today. Oh, yeah, it's been rough. Started with Hades and just downhill from there. Tragic. Alright. Well, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.